Okay, we're on the record in docket 22-02806. People of the state of Michigan versus Tierra Orta. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Wisty on behalf of the people.
Jacob Perone on behalf of Tierra Orta.
Fourth. It's time set for a final pretrial. Mr. Wisty, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, we would be requesting an adjournment for the following reason. I received a deviation packet and a request for a different offer than was made from defense counsel on Thursday last week due to the holiday. I simply haven't had time to review it. I could need adjournment as little as a week. I just want to sit down and read it before we resolve this matter.
Okay, so Mr. Perone?
Yes, at this stage, I think that would be appropriate. In regards to the adjournment, I would request a couple weeks. I have a conflict for next Tuesday. I would request that it be set over to the 17th.
See what's available. Okay, so we'll do January 17th at 9 a.m.
Is there the potential that we could do that by Zoom if we have a agreement in place for a plea?
I don't have a problem if you have an agreement by plea, so we're really doing it. But if it's a guilty plea, we probably should do that in person. Yeah, so let's do it in person.
Okay.
Yeah. Because if the agreement is going to be a guilty plea, that way she's here and that way she can go right to probation and everything's all set up.
We actually have a substance abuse evaluation, so there's a potential that we could do a plea sentence.
That would be, I'd have to wait to hear from Mr. Wisty on that.
I would have no objection to that. I do anticipate it's going to be a plea one way or the other.
All right.
I don't know the policies here and the interest. Is it possible?
You have to speak up, Mr. Wisty.
Is it possible for her to go see
Hearing.
probation now with the substance abuse assessment? It is not.
Yeah, they won't see her. Yeah, not to mention that we're putting sentencing so far out right now because they're so understaffed that, it's just a problem. So just a warning, we're probably going to set sentencing a few days out. I mean, it's like 6 weeks out right now.
Okay.
All right. So. All right. So we'll set it for January 17th at 9 a.m. It's an expected plea, but we'll see. And anything else for the record, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Anything, Mr. Perone?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your appearance today. We'll see you on the 17th, Ms. Orta, okay? Thanks. Would the person on the iPhone please identify yourself on the Zoom?
Dominique Mims.
Thank you, Mr. Mims. There's another person on an iPhone labeled iPhone. Oh, they're not on. They're not on? Okay. on the iPhone, unlabeled on the iPhone, can you please identify yourself?
I'll talk to you when I'm there.
Deleon.
Say it again.
Deleon.
All right. Would the person on the LG cell phone please identify yourself?
Whitney McNabb.
All right, Whitney. The other on the labeled LG Stylo cell phone, would you please identify yourself?
Billy Robertson. I didn't know if I was is my court at 8 or 2 o'clock. I was sorry.
What's your name again?
Billy Robertson.
All right, Mr. Robertson, you're in the right courtroom. We've got your case here down at 10 o'clock.
10. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Smith, you're here on the LAFCU file?
Yes, Your Honor, good morning. I think we had two with the court, William Darden and Russell Steele, both at 8:30.
All right. Let me see if I can find the 269. So let's go ahead and call your cases. I don't see any defendants in your case.
Yeah, both court files should reflect personal service, Your Honor. Both
Right.
creditor examinations. Once the cases are called, we'll just get a motion to show cause filed with the
All right,
court.
let's go ahead and, let me go ahead and,
Boss powers.
should be 20. All right, let's see how that works. All right, so we're on the record in docket 1601468. That is LAFCU versus William Darden. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
For plaintiff Lafku Tim Smith, before 8259.
And this is the time set for a discovery proceeding, like a creditor examination. It was set for 8:30. It is now 9:02. And I don't see Mr. Darden in the Zoom courtroom, nor do I see him in the waiting room, and I don't see him in the actual courtroom. Is there a William Darden here? Mr. Smith, how would you like to proceed? It appears the defendants failed to appear today.
Court file should reflect personal service of the original subpoena for creditor exam appearance today, Your Honor. In light of that, we'll file a motion to show cause if the court will accept that.
Thank you. And I do have personal service in the court file. So the show cause will be signed when it catches up, when it catches up with file.
You bet. We'll submit that today, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith.
But
Anything else for the record in docket 1601468?
no, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and then we're on the record in docket 9602694. And I believe that is LAFCU versus Russell Steele with personal service. Mr. Smith, your appearance for the record today?
Plaintiff Lafku Tim Smith, before 859.
All right, this was initially set for 8:30. It is now 9:01. Appears I don't see Mr. Steele in the Zoom courtroom. I don't see him in the waiting room. Is there a Russell Steele in the courtroom? It appears, Mr. Smith, that the defendants failed to appear today. There is personal service. How would you like to proceed?
We'll prepare and file a motion to show cause, Your Honor.
Okay.
But I assume on both those files, we'll submit those. It can just be 9-day mailing. We know we've got good addresses.
Yeah, that should work.
Okay, appreciate the help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Anything else on 9602694?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right, you're all set. Have a happy new year.
As well.
I don't have the knowledge at all. You got it. All right. Math is.
Sorry, yes.
Let's go ahead and call. One more civil, just,
Okay.
yeah, you're good.
Thanks.
I don't see that sticks and strings file. All right. Let's. I'm gonna come to the bottom of the sticks and string. So, Miss Wallinen, you're here for the sticks and strings case?
That is correct, Your Honor. Amanda Milana, appearing on behalf of plaintiff Sticks and Strings.
All right, so are you the plaintiff or the lawyer on the case, ma'am?
I'm the lawyer on the case.
All right, and I don't see Mr. Nerat here for Brewers Group or Brewers House. And then I've been told that there was going to be a dismissal submitted.
That is correct, Your Honor. It's my understanding that Mr. Nerat sent the dismissal to the court last week, I believe on December 27th. I spoke to a court officer this morning and was informed that it was sent up for your signature. However, I'm still appearing today in case anything needs to be placed on the record. I spoke with Mr. I apologize.
Go ahead.
I spoke to Mr. Nerat yesterday, and he was not under the assumption that we needed to appear. However, after I spoke with the court this morning, I did email him, so I'm not sure if he intends to show up by Zoom or if he had another thing scheduled this morning, and that is why he's not appearing by Zoom.
All right. Well, it appears that the case has resolved itself and that there is an outstanding dismissal. I just haven't got it. I haven't received it yet. I appreciate your diligence in showing up just in case. But for our purposes, I'll indicate for the record, this is docket 22-01631 GC. It appears that this case is going to be dismissed. Ms. Wallinen, you appeared on behalf of Stick and Strings LLC. Just in case I had any questions or there was any confusion with the case, but with the dismissal being submitted, and that's my understanding also, I appreciate your appearance and I'll sign that dismissal and wait for it to catch up with the file.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
All right. All right. You're free to leave the courtroom. Thank you, Ms. Wallinen.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Given that was present,
Two. Rathburn is a 10 o'clock. Crenshaw's at 9 o'clock.
am I still on Zoom, Nathaniel?
No, you're out. Did you, did you want to move some of these Ms. Sutter's files when she gets back?
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, and then we'll clear out the Zoom courtroom a little bit. I think that's the end of the civil files. Yeah. Ready to go on some of these files, Mr. Sutter?
Yes, I am.
All right.
think we're already on 5 of them: Boss, Bowers, Decker, Mathis, and Mendon.
All right, let's go on Boss. So we're on the record in 22-00658. This is people of the state of Michigan versus Andrew Boss. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Westy on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing on behalf of Mr. Boss for today's final pretrial.
And sir, you are Andrew Boss?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Witzy, this is the time set for a final pretrial. How are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, the people will be dismissing, the reason being we do not have a necessary witness.
No objection, Your Honor.
And Mr. Boss, you understand it by the people are moving to dismiss this case without prejudice today. If they were to reissue, they may in the future. That's what without prejudice means. But for our purposes today, it's all dismissed. Okay, sir?
I understand.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 22-00658, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. You're all set, Mr. Boss. Thank you. We do have a Nolly Pros if you'd like a copy of it. Mr. Boss, did you need a copy of the dismissal?
If you want me to-
Oh, okay, sure.
May I approach,
You
Your
may.
Honor?
Thank you.
Eric, can I ask a quick question while we're doing cases?
Sure.
Do you have Jade Wiskowski in your docket today?
Skowski.
Yes, I know she's a client of mine. I didn't see her on the docket, but she's out here with a notice to appear, or she's out in the hallway with a notice to appear for today.
That was, yeah.
Oh, we're-
Did you talk to that witness? Yes. Witkowski, I talked to that.
Yeah.
so is there notice for here or is she or for 55th?
It was a notice for here. It was had your name on it
The case was transferred to 55th.
for the mental health court one.
Correct.
Right, yeah,
It was transferred on December 19th.
okay. I thought I knew what was going on with that case. I wasn't sure why she.
You did. You did know what was going on.
There's have been a little confusion.
She's in- That was, I was lying to you.
Yeah, you want-
She-
yeah.
Yeah,
What is that separate?
I don't have any indication. I'm willing to look at the website. In our system. I don't have it here, so I got-
You have hours?
Yes.
See, like,
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-02728. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Lamar H. Bowers. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Westy on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter, appearance on behalf of Mr. Bowers.
Sir, you are Lamar Bowers? Okay. This is the time set for a final pretrial on the matter. Mr. Wisty, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the people will be filing a dismissal. We do not have a necessary witness here this morning.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Bowers, you understand that this case is dismissed today for all intents purposes. It could be reissued at a later date, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed, right, sir? All right. Mr. Wisty signing a dismissal. If you want a copy of it, the court can provide you a copy with it. Okay. Mr. Wisty. Anything else for the record, docket 22-02728, Ms. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Bowers, you're all set. If you want a copy, the court has a copy, can make a copy for you. How about Mendenhall?
We can move that, Your Honor.
I don't know if that always, they want one now. Yeah. They need it for their job. They need it for-
I didn't know you needed one.
I do, but if they want one, why not?
That makes sense.
Thank you, Nathaniel. So we're on the record in docket 20-01193. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Darian M. Mendenhall. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Westy on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter, appearance on behalf of Mr. Mendenhall.
Sir, you are Darian Mendenhall?
Yes.
Okay. This is the time set for a final pretrial on the matter. Mr. Wisty, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, we'd like this left on for jury trial.
Okay. This will be left on for jury trial for January 17th
I have.
at 8 o'clock. So go ahead and make sure the court has jury instructions. 17th is a little ways away, but next week.
There's specific date, Your Honor. 10 days before. Is that-
It's 7 days before, isn't it? So by the 10th. Anything else for the record on docket 20-01193 from the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the public defender's office?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Mendenhall, we'll see you here on the 17th, all right, sir? Okay, thank you. And how about Decker?
Decker, if I could have a brief breakout room with the witness, just to explain to her what's going on.
Sure. Which witness is it?
Miss May.
Ms. McNett? Okay.
No, I'm sorry. My last name is McGill.
No, that's somebody on the phone who just woke up, not the Whitney.
That
That's a
makes
different
much
person.
more sense.
Ms. Mendenhall, are you here on the Mendenhall case?
Yes, but my name is Rachel McGill.
Okay, Rachel McGill, that case has been set for jury trial on January 17th, so you're all set today, okay?
All right,
The
thank you.
prosecutor will be in touch with you soon, all right, ma'am?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
And then Ms. McNett, I'm going to place you in a breakout room with the assistant prosecutor so you can discuss the case, all right?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello? Hello?
Mr. Rathburn, you're in the right place. We're just gonna be, we've got a few files to call in front of your case, all right, sir?
All right.
All right, you might want to put on mute since this is a courtroom.
All right. Hello? Hello?
Mr. Mims will be with you in a second. We're just moving some other cases, okay?
Okay, I was just making sure y'all know I was there. I was here.
Yep, thank you.
You're welcome.
You see me?
She may like to speak, or I don't know if I covered what she wanted to say.
All right, Ms. McNett, you can unmute yourself.
Okay,
All right. Ms. McNett, my understanding is you're the complaining victim in this case,
correct.
and you're requesting that the court lift the no contact order because you have some concerns concerning the Ms. Decker's mental health and what's going on in regards to that.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. So you have no objection and you're requesting that I lift the no contact order.
Correct.
All right. I'm also, it's been requested by the prosecutor that Ms. Decker follow through any mental health, anything that's recommended concerning mental health treatment. It's my understanding you're also in agreement with that request.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you have anything else you wanted to say to the court? I'm going to make both of those apart since we have a March 14th date for sentencing. I'm going to make both of those a part of the court's order.
Okay, no, I have nothing to add.
All right. Thank you, Ms. McNett.
Yep, thank you.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 19-04821. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Leona Mathis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Wisty on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter, standing in for Aaron Robinson today for Ms. Mathis.
And ma'am, you are Leona Mathis?
Yes.
Okay. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Wisty, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the people will be filing a dismissal in the interest of justice. Be without prejudice. At this time, we don't have witnesses necessary to sustain the case.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Mathis, you understand that this case is being dismissed without prejudice, which means that the people could issue another case at a future date. But for all intents purposes today, this case is dismissed today. Do you understand that, ma'am? All right. Anything else for the record in docket 19-04821?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'll sign the dismissal. Thank you. And Ms. Mathis, you'll receive a copy of this dismissal in the mail, but if you'd like, we would provide a copy for you here. It's up to you, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
All right. So that's all for the record in docket 19-04821. You're all set.
Your Honor, I think everybody else is on Zoom for a while, so I'm gonna go find a conference room and hop in.
Okay. So you tell us who you want to meet with.
I think I saw Mr. Mims in there first, so since he's been waiting longest.
All right. Mr. Mims, I'm going to place you in a breakout room with your public defender, Lauren Sutter, okay?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right.
me just a minute. I have to go find a break.
All right.
Or conference room and then a breakout room.
And I'll wait for you to join.
Thank you.
We can move Daly and Fields.
All right.
I'm trying to make sure I'm in the right spot.
What's your name?
Malcolm Bishop.
You're here for 9:30. You're in the right spot. Okay.
I was just making sure.
And Miss Sutter's your lawyer, okay?
Wait for Mr. Fields. Oh, yes. I thought you said that.
All right. And put Mr. Fields. So we're on the record in docket 22-03091. That's people, the state of Michigan versus Daly on Fields. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Westy on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Rana Berry appearing on behalf of Davion Fields, who is joining us via Zoom. Mr. Fields, we can't see you. If you could put yourself into the screen and unmute yourself. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Fields, you'll have to put yourself on the screen and unmute yourself.
DeLeon, can you hear us?
Mr. Fields, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys.
All right, and can you place so that we can see you on the camera?
Yes.
All right. This is the time set for a final pretrial today. I don't know if you've noticed, Mr. Fields, but everybody else is in person. I don't have it that I indicate. Oh, I do. I have final pretrial in person, right next to final pretrial. So you were to be here in person, Mr. Fields. Did you know that?
I couldn't make it.
You couldn't make it today.
No, sir.
Did you tell anybody you couldn't make it today?
Yeah, I told my PL. And they told me I'd get
Oh,
on Zoom.
You told, who did you tell? What was her name?
Miss Wright.
Miss Wright?
Yes.
Is the juvenile court officers here? Miss Wright, did Mr. Fields tell you that he couldn't make it today?
No, Your Honor, he did not tell me he couldn't make it today.
All right.
I did text you last night when you
Your Honor,
text
for
me.
what it's worth, at 6:15 p.m. last night, Mr. Fields did text me and told me he was uncertain whether or not he'd be able to be here or not.
Oh, that was her. Oh, that was him. That was him. That was him.
All right, Mr. Fields. Mr. Wisty, how are we proceeding today at this final pretrial?
Your Honor, today we left, like it left on for jury trial, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Berry, that's your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wisty and I did have a conversation a little bit ago. He had indicated he wants some additional time to speak with the complainant in this matter, which is Mr. Fields' mother. I don't know if based upon that, if there's a potential for Nolly. If there is, I wouldn't have any objection if that were to come later.
All right. Mr. Fields, you understand that this is going to be left on for jury trial on January 17th at 8 o'clock? You're going to have to.
Yes.
Yourself, sir.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I do.
And you know that that's in person, sir. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, that was in person. Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna look over the fact that you're not here today, and that you decided you weren't going to be here last night at 6, which is not enough time to give anybody for your non-appearance. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
I just want you to understand that the court's other option is to have you picked up on a bench warrant for non-appearance.
Yeah, I don't want it to lead with that.
Yeah, that's a pretty drastic option. Correct?
Yeah.
All right, so let's see you here on January 17th at 8 o'clock. We'll leave on for jury trial.
Okay, thank you.
Jury trial. For January 17th. I will note for the record that the assistant prosecutor did meet with the complaining victim in this case earlier today. Anything else for the record on docket 22-03091? Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Mr. Berry?
Just really quickly, Dalian, make sure the number that I've been texting you on this morning, you say that is my number, so you don't have a confusion as to who it is you're texting with, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Berry. That's all for the record, 22-03091. Mr. Fields, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom, and Ms. White, you're also free to leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hold on.
We'll see you, Mr. Berry. You too.
Your Honor, may I be given a breakout room with Mr. Mims, please?
Yes, I'll have Ms. Sutter and Ms. Mims placed in a breakout room.
Thank you.
And Mr. Garcia, you'll be next with Ms. Sutter, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Now.
So, Mr. Abbott, what I'd like to do on David Cheney today is set it for a final pretrial and see if we can work out some sort of global resolution here in advance of that. We can do a breakout room if you'd like to discuss further. Sorry, I haven't been able to talk to you more in advance.
That sounds like a good idea. Let me explain that to Mr. Cheney, okay?
All right, so Mr. Abbott, would you like to be placed in a breakout room with Mr. Cheney?
Yes, please.
All right, I'm gonna have Mr. Cheney and Mr. Abbott placed in a breakout room. Our civil cases didn't get very far today. Our civil cases.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Sutter, you ready? You said you're ready on Mr. Garcia?
I'm ready to talk to Mr. Garcia in a breakout room. I finished talking to Mr. Mims.
Oh, okay. All right, so we'll place Ms. Sutter and Mr. Garcia in a breakout room.
Thank you.
Mr. Wisty, how is Houghton Hancock?
Jessica Huxtable.
Ma'am, on the Samsung SMG998U, can you identify yourself? I don't know if she can hear. Somehow she wants to look at the license. Ma'am, on the Samsung cell phone, can you identify yourself? Are you Jessica Huxtable, ma'am? Okay, you may have to unmute yourself. I can't hear you.
Sorry.
All right, we're on the record in docket 22-02496. That is People of the State of Michigan versus David Cheney. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Westy on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. John Abbott with the Public Defender's Office representing Mr. Cheney today. We're both appearing by video.
Sir, you are David Cheney?
Yeah, I'm David Cheney.
All right, you can hear me all right, Mr. Cheney?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, this is time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Wisty, how are we proceeding today? for the record, I'll indicate that Mr. Abbott did have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Cheney in a breakout room during this proceeding or prior to this proceeding.
Your Honor, the people would propose we set this for a final pretrial. Negotiations will continue in the interim.
Mr. Abbott, is that your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor. He has 2 cases pending in 30th Circuit. And as Mr. Wisty indicated, I think it's a good idea if we work out a resolution that solves all those problems at once. And I've explained that to Mr. Cheney. I think he's on board. Well, I know.
How far out do you think, Mr. Abbott?
If you set it out for a month, I bet we could get it solved by then.
Okay. So we'll set it for final pretrial on February 7th at 8:30. No, that'll just be that. We'll just treat that as a final pretrial. We don't need a jury trial date on that day. Mr. Cheney, you understand we've set this out for February 7th at 8:30 in order to look at a global resolution concerning some of these issues. If you have any questions, please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Abbott, okay?
I appreciate it.
All right, that's anything else for the record, docket 22-02-496, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Cheney, you're all set. You're
Your
free to
Honor,
resume work.
Your Honor, if I may, before we
Sure.
end the hearing, could I ask a question about bond?
Sure.
It looks from my records like this bond on this is $5,000 cash as surety.
I have it. 5,000 cash or surety. That's
And I
what
think
have.
that bond was set when he was charged with a felony and the felony has been dismissed. He's currently looking at a 93-day misdemeanor. I'd ask the court to adjust the bond to a low cash bond.
Mr. Wisty?
Your Honor, Mr. Abbott is right. It is no longer a felony. I do believe bond adjustment is appropriate. It is still an assaultive crime. I thought this was already addressed and reduced in the last hearing. I want to check my note. See if
Oh, bond was revisited and reset. You are right, Mr. Wisty. It was reduced to 3,010%.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, that's all for the record, 22-02-496. Ms. Huxtable, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. We're going to go ahead and put your case on the record. You don't expect a lawyer to be here on your behalf. Is that correct, ma'am?
No, sir.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 2202914. I'm sorry. We're on the record in docket J981215. It's an application to set aside a conviction. Mr. Wisty, your appearance for the record.
Jake Wisty on behalf of the people.
Ms. Huxtable, your appearance.
Yes, I'm here.
And so you are Jessica Huxtable.
Yes, sir.
All right, for the record, I will indicate that on November 21st, the Michigan State Police Criminal History Report had been filed. A new proof of service was sent to each applicant. I do have a report from the Attorney General's office, which indicates that there's no objection to the setting aside of the conviction, as long as the setting aside of the conviction is consistent with public welfare to grant Ms. Huxtable the privilege of setting aside. That was signed by Michael Ajami, Assistant Attorney General, on November 14th, 2022. Mr. Wisty, do you have any objection to setting aside the conviction?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. With no objection from the people of the state of Michigan, the court will set aside your conviction as requested. I have an order, and I will sign it. I will sign it as to the former. I have this is well it's consistent with public welfare. I have it as to number 12. Circumstances and behavior of the applicant from the date of the applicant's conviction, the filing of set aside the conviction and is consistent with the public welfare. So the application is granted.
Thank you.
And I will sign it to that effect. Do you have any questions of the court, Ms. Huxtable?
No, sir.
All right. So I've signed the conviction. You're all set, ma'am. All right.
Thank you, and you have a great day.
You too. Thank you, Ms. Huxtable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Bye.
Your Honor, may I speak with Ms. Crenshaw now?
You sure can. I'll have Ms. Sutter and Ms. Crenshaw placed in a breakout room.
Thank you.
the iPhone, would you identify yourself?
Basima Khatum.
All right, you're here for your 10 o'clock, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right, put yourself on mute. We've got a few cases in front of you and then we'll get to your case, okay?
All right, thank you.
And on the Samsung, would you identify yourself? You just connected yourself. Go ahead. Ma'am, go ahead.
Tiaja Kirkpatrick.
All right, Ms. Kirkpatrick, you're here for your 10 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay, we've got about four or five cases in front of you, so we'll get to you in that order, okay, ma'am?
Okay.
And then Mr. Alvarado, you're here for your 10 o'clock? Or you? Mr. Alvarado? Oh, we know who he is. He's just not connected without you. All right.
What do you do? What are you supposed to do? Well, they told me to mute my microphone until it's my turn. There's 4 or 5 people.
Your Honor, can I speak with Mr. Rathbun now?
So I'd have Ms. Sutter and Mr. Rathbun placed in a breakout room.
And then, Your Honor, if I can do one last person in this batch, Mr. Roberson, I think I saw.
All right, Mr.
Your Honor, if I just may briefly, Ms. Sutter, at this point, my witness is here for Garcia, do you have any note of just him being dismissed at this time that Elizar Perez there?
I have no issue with that.
All right. So, Mr. Perez, you're dismissed from your appearance today, and the prosecutor will be in touch with you, okay?
And then if you could let him know he's free to stay as well if he likes to see what happens.
All right.
We can
And
go on to the rest.
Mr. Perez, you're also free to stay if you want to see what happens with the case. All right, sir?
Okay, thank you.
All right. And then Ms. Sutter, you wanted to meet with
Mr. Roberson, and then I think we
Okay.
can go on the record with that batch of 5 I just talked to.
All right. So I'll put you in a breakout room with Mr. Roberson.
Thank you.
You know when I'll be able to be set?
Ms. Franklin, did you say something? I didn't hear you.
Yes, I was wondering if we were ready to go ahead with mine.
Yeah, we are. You're in the right place. We're down to one public defender today and she's meeting with her clients. And so once we get a chance, we'll put her in a breakout room with you and then we'll put you on the record. Okay, ma'am?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, what she went on last week, she met, she was like, there's still a lot of people, so maybe you can. That was on last, so if you need to call me anything. Okay, thank you. I wanted to get you stressful before I got you. Freezing, bro. Questions for Bertie? Okay, questions for Bertie? No. I'm not. I can't do that.
All right, Lauren, what are we ready to go on?
Well, I just sent one last email to Mr. Wisty about Mr. Roberson, but Mims, Garcia, Rathbun, and Crenshaw are all ready to go.
All right. What do you want to do first, Mr.
Mims.
Mims? All right. So we're on the record in docket 22-03314. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Dominic Mims. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Wisty on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing today on behalf of Mr. Mims.
And sir, you are Dominic Mims?
Yes, sir.
All right. This time set in as a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Wisty, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the necessary witness has failed to appear. As a result, the people will be filing a dismissal this morning.
Okay, people will dismiss
No objection, Your Honor.
without prejudice. All right, so Mr. Mims, this case is being dismissed without prejudice. That means that it may be reissued in the future, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed today. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record, docket 22-03314, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you, Mr. Mims.
All right, appreciate it.
May I approach your.
You may. Thank you, Mr. Wisty.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What's the next case?
Crenshaw.
Garcia. Oh, you want to do Garcia?
Let's do Garcia.
Yeah. So let's do. So we're on the record in docket 22-03047. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Jose Garcia. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Wisty on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing today on behalf of Mr. Garcia.
And sir, you are Jose Garcia?
I am.
All right. You can hear me all right, Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Wisty, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, an offer has been extended. I would defer to defense counsel whether or not Mr. Garcia wants to accept it.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did discuss a offer with Mr. Wisty of a reduced charge of disorderly person, or an alternative, a second charge of disorderly person, with the charge of assault and battery being dismissed. And it is Mr. Garcia's intent today to accept that offer and plead to disorderly person.
All right, so Mr. Wisty, the plea offer for the record?
It would be, Mr. Garcia would plead guilty to an added count 2, disorderly person, drunk. That's 750.167(1)(e), the PAC manual, and that's 90 days and or $500. There's also a Killebrew agreement for no upfront jail. Although I think it would be highly unlikely with the charge. And then count 1 would be dismissed in exchange for that.
So it's disorderly conduct. It's drunken, it's disorderly conduct.
Yes, it would be drunk and disorderly person by intoxicated in a public place.
All right, Ms. Sutter, so I'll restate the plea agreement as I understand it. The offer is the defendant to plead to an added count 2 of disorderly person intoxicated pursuant to 750.167 I parents E, 90-day misdemeanor and $500. Killebrew, no upfront jail. There's count 1 of assault and battery is to be dismissed.
That's correct, Your Honor. Can I get a repeat of the MCL? Did he say 1B?
I said 1E.
Thank you. That makes a lot more sense. Then yes, that's correct.
All right.
Maybe we should just put that on the record for clarification. I heard I.
Okay, so the plea is to 750.167(1)(e).
Correct.
All right. And Mr. Garcia is going to take that offer he's going to plead by Zoom?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Garcia, you recognize what the attorneys have talked about today?
I do, Your Honor.
You're pleading to a 90-day misdemeanor and or $500. There is a Killebrew agreement of no jail, and count 1, the assault and battery is to be dismissed. Is that your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. If you plead today, you're going to give up the following trial rights, and I'll indicate that for the record. We'll walk you through those. You're going to give up the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have the witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney Lauren Sutter from the Public Defender's Office, and she would contest and cross-examine any charges brought against you. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses to testify for you in your defense. You have the right to remain silent during the trial. You have the right not to have that silence used against you, and you have the right to testify at trial if you choose to testify. You understand the rights you'd be waiving in this matter if you plead guilty today?
I do.
And it is your intent to plead guilty and waive those rights, sir?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. If the plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim that the plea was a result of any promises or threats other than the plea agreement, that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up any right to an appeal issue from the trial. Of course, you wouldn't be having a trial because you are pleading guilty today. Is it your intent to plead guilty and waive your rights today, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
And I'm gonna bring your attention back to the date in question would be November 3rd, 2022 at 141 Shepherd Street in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you present on November 3rd, 2022 at the Shepherd Street address in the city of Lansing, Ingham County?
I was.
And tell me in count 2, what makes you guilty of disorderly person intoxication?
I came home
intoxicated, Your Honor, and I was being disorderly and arguing with people when I shouldn't have been.
All right, at the time that you were disorderly, were you a threat to others?
I don't believe I was, sir. I am guilty of the fact that I came home disorderly, Your Honor.
Miss Sutter, I don't know if it's against the law to be drunk, but it is against the law to be drunk and to be a threat to others or yourself.
Well, Your Honor, I believe 1E says either endangering directly the safety of another or acting in a manner that causes a public disturbance.
So, Mr. Garcia, at the time in question, were you causing a public disturbance?
I was, Your Honor.
And any questions to the factual basis, Mr. Wisty?
Your Honor, I would leave it in the court's discretion. I think the public disturbance portion of that has been ruled not to be constitutional and you need. What I would suggest is if there's perhaps he doesn't recall some of this, there's a police report, we could do a no contest plea. I believe that supports count one and then subsequently.
My concern here is that the statute reads that that as long as he is deemed as a public disturbance and a threat to others or a threat to himself in some way, that suffices for the statute. I'm not sure drunken disorderly and a public disturbance is constitutional right now. But Ms. Sutter, if you have any follow-up, I'd be happy. I just remember that statute as indicating that it took more than just the public disturbance intoxication to be a part of that drunken disorderly statute.
You know, I'm just reading strictly from the Michigan Penal Code. It just says a person who is intoxicated in a public place and who is either endangering directly the safety of another person or of property or is acting in a manner that causes a public disturbance. So I think Mr. Garcia's factual basis that he arrived, was drunk and was being essentially obnoxious in public does satisfy the language of the statute.
Mr. Wisty?
I would leave that in the court's discretion. I believe a no contest plea would be cleaner. If that's something Ms. Suter wants to discuss with Mr. Garcia, and if he's interested in doing that.
Ms. Sutter has no issue with a no contest plea if the court finds it appropriate.
Just to be safe, Mr. Garcia, since it is a public intoxication offense, I'm going to take this portion of the factual basis under indicating that it's a no contest. Would the police report suffice, Ms. Sutter?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to indicate that we have the same date and time and venue, and that if you could email me the police report.
I apologize for mispronouncing your name, Ms. Sutter. I struggle with that with everybody. So we're back on the record in docket 2203047.
As a part of this no contest plea, I have case number 225-191-0513. That's the police report. That would be the document I'm looking at for the no contest plea. Mr. Wisty
That's acceptable to the people.
and Ms. Sutter.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the basis for the no contest plea would be intoxicated at the time of the event. Let me review it. All right, so I find based on the police report that was taken on November 3rd at the offense location of the 141 Shepherd Street, City of Lansing, Mr. Garcia was extremely intoxicated, and he was, as indicated by multiple witnesses there, a threat not only to others under the total intoxication, he was also a threat to himself, it appears. So I find that easily a no contest indication for purposes of the drunken disorderly intoxication. So I take the factual basis for the no contest disorderly person intoxication to be pled to by no contest plea in count 2. Count 1 is to be dismissed. The assault and battery. I'm going to refer this to probation. So, Mr. Garcia, you're to refer to probation by Wednesday at 4.
So tomorrow, Your Honor?
No, I'm sorry, Thursday by 4. I forgot today was Tuesday. So Thursday by 4. In order to set up the time for a pre-sentence to come to the court, I am ordering an alcohol assessment as a part of that. I think that should be assessed in this case by probation. And sentencing date. The sentencing date will be March 21st at 1:30. And that will be in person. And I've written in person in the file.
You said March.
Mr. Garcia? It'll be in person.
Yes, that's all I was trying to clarify. March 21st at what time?
At 1:30.
Okay, I do have a question, Your Honor, if you don't mind.
Sure.
There's a no contact order between me and the defendant, which is actually my daughter. Is that no contact going to be lifted?
It'll stay in place until probation tells me differently. All right, sir. So if your daughter, if you're able to make contact with probation, you tell them, and they contact the people that were involved in the event, there'll be at least the issue will be raised that the no contact should be lifted, but the probation will want to talk to your daughter. Okay, ma'am? Okay, sir?
All right.
All right. So I find that the no contest plea to be valid based on the case number 225-19-10513. If I did not indicate that before, I do now. Anything else for the record, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that's all for the record. We'll see you on March 21st at 1:30. Okay, Mr. Garcia?
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Perez, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Who's next, Mr. Wisty?
Brittany Crenshaw.
We're on the record in docket 1505372. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Brittany Crenshaw. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Wisty on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing today on behalf of Ms. Crenshaw.
And ma'am, you are Brittany Crenshaw?
Yes,
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Ms. Crenshaw?
yes.
Right, this is the time set for a pretrial. Mr. Wisty, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, my understanding is Ms. Crenshaw did pass, this case was adjourned for her to take a test with the Secretary of State.
Okay.
My understanding is she did pass the test, however, she needs approximately a week to get the documentation from them into my office. If people have no objection, I would leave it to defense for how long they believe is appropriate.
Ms. Sutter?
Yes, Your Honor. I think 1 week is appropriate. She paid a ticket on the 31st, and with the holiday weekend, it's taken some time for the Secretary of State to confirm that. So I think a week is sufficient for that.
I'm not here next week. 2 weeks. So I'm not here next week, so it'll be 2 weeks.
Okay.
January 17th at 9:30.
Thank you.
Anything else for the record? Docket 1505372, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Crenshaw, you'll be back on January 17th at 9:30, at least to show the compliance paperwork and to make sure that your attorney, Ms. Sutter, and Mr. Wisty have seen those documents. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
Thank you. That's all for the record in 1505372.
Rathbun.
Yeah. We're on the record in docket 22-02896. All right. 22-02896, people of the state of Michigan versus Daniel Rathbun. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Wisty on behalf of the people.
Good morning. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing today on behalf of Mr. Rathbun.
And sir, you are Daniel Rathbun?
Yes.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Rathbun?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Wisty, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, this is a dog license case. My understanding is Mr. Rathbun has gotten one of the dogs licensed, but not the other two. Defense would request an adjournment for him to get the other two animals licensed. I believe it's a monetary issue. People have no objection for an adjournment under those circumstances.
All right. Is that your understanding, Ms. Sutter?
It is, Your Honor. Mr. Rathbun is severely indigent, so he's having to save up and pay for the licenses one at a time. So we would request an adjournment of 45 days. He thinks he can probably accomplish both the remaining dogs in that time.
That's fine.
February 14th.
February 14th. At 9 a.m.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Rathbun, you should be in compliance by February 14th at 9 a.m. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right. Anything else for the record in 22-02896, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Rathbun, we will see you on February 14th at 9 a.m.
Yep. Okay.
And you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom, sir.
All right.
Anyone else?
Whatever Ms. Sutter is ready for.
Ms. Sutter, are you ready to meet in a breakout room or to go on the record in any of those files?
I had spoken with Mr. Roberson. I sent Mr. Wisty an email, so I was just reading a response from that.
Yes, we can do Robertson. I don't believe I sent you the email, Lauren. What I would do is I'll just dismiss now. It's obviously without prejudice. If I get a call back from that person, there's some issue, it could come back. But I would just dismiss now. I believe that's probably the most efficient way to do it.
Seems like it. Thank you.
All right. So we're on the record in dockets 22-02912, 22-02913, and 22-02914. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Wisty on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing today on behalf of Mr. Roberson.
And sir, you are Billy Roberson,
Yes, sir.
and you can hear me all right, Mr. Roberson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Wisty, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, at this time, the people will be dismissing the tickets here orally on the record. For the record, the reason being, we've been provided a letter stating that Mr. Robinson does not have the dogs in his possession. Obviously, this is without prejudice. If for some reason that turns out to be inaccurate, it would come back. I have reason to believe it's inaccurate at this time.
That's your understanding, Ms. Sutter?
It is.
Okay. Make the appropriate notes. All right, Mr. Roberson, because the dogs are no longer in your possession, the people are moving to dismiss without prejudice. Of course, that means that the people, if they have additional information, could refile. However, for our purposes today, these 3 files will be dismissed. Okay, Mr. Roberson?
Okay, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else for the record, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right. That's all for the record in these 3 files of 220912, 13, and 14. Mr. Roberson, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr.
You're
Sutter.
Ms. Sutter, did you have any other files to go on, or did you want to meet with anybody in a breakout room? We also have several people here who are in person.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll have to start a new batch of talking to people. I believe the individual in the Kalamazoo Psychiatric Hospital has been waiting for quite some time, as has Kadam and Kirkpatrick.
All right, so I'll put you in a breakout room with Miss Franklin from the Kalamazoo Psychiatric Hospital. And then I'll have Mr. Neves go get Mr. Deere, who's still in our 830. He's gonna go bring him up, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Yeah, we'll put her in right after. Miss Sutter, right after you're done with Miss Franklin, we'll put you in a breakout room with Mr. Grady Jones, who's in the Ingham County Jail.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Briefly, before we let Ms. Sutter go, on Tracy Deere, it's my intent to file a dismissal. We don't have a witness. Any objection to me doing that without your presence in the event you're in a breakout room when he's brought up?
I have no objection if it's going to be a dismissal, it being done in my absence.
All right, thank you, Mr.
I'll just take it down.
All right. Yeah, so let's call Ms. Sutter while you're here. Let's call the case. We'll just take the nollie pros down to him.
Okay.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 2201-219. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Tracy Deere. Please, please state your appearance for the record.
Jake Westy on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing today on behalf of Mr. Deere.
And sir, you are Tracy Deere? Oh, he's not, that's right. All right, so for the record, it's my understanding that the people are going to move to dismiss the case of against Mr. Deere without prejudice. Is that your understanding, Mr. Wisty?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's your standing, Ms. Sutter?
It is.
All right, and we will be taking a nollie pros, a copy of it, down to Mr. Deere so that he has it in possession. Anything else for the record, Mr. Wisty?
I would just put on the record, we're filing a nollie process.
Okay.
Failed to appear.
So people move to dismiss without prejudice. CV failed to appear. And we'll make sure that Mr. Deere has a copy of that Nolly Pross. Anything for the record, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. There we go. And Mr. Alvarado, you're here on your case, your 10 o'clock? I can't hear you, Mr. Alvarado.
Yes.
All right, your public defender is waiting with some people in 2 different breakout rooms. Once she's done, she'll meet with you, okay, sir?
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, when she's
You, what do you say? Me?
Ms. Kirkpatrick.
Yes.
All right, your public defender is in a few other breakout rooms with some other people, and she will be with you shortly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Sutter, did you have the opportunity to meet with Ms. Franklin?
I did.
All right. Did you want to go ahead and put that on the record?
Sure.
All right. Did you- So we're on the record in docket. I'm sorry, I gotta wait for Ms. Holman.
We're really not.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, guys.
This is after the compliments. All right. So on the record in docket 21-00671, that is people of the state of Michigan versus Bridget Franklin. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Your Honor, Jake Wisty on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing today on behalf of Ms. Franklin.
And ma'am, you are Bridget Franklin?
Yes, I am.
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Franklin?
Yes, I can.
All right, Mr. Wisty, this is the time set for a pretrial. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'd like this set for a final pretrial or perhaps a second pretrial. Where we're at is I just simply haven't had an opportunity to get a meaningful offer to the defense attorney at this time. I do intend to get an offer to them. So we'd like another court date, be it either a final pretrial.
Okay, we have a final pretrial set for January 23rd. Did you want to leave that on, or did you want a new date after that?
We can leave that on here.
Okay, so we'll set it for a final pretrial date of January 23rd at 9 a.m. And then did you want a jury trial date, Mr. Wisty?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll do a jury trial date.
We need to change.
We change the 23rd?
Yeah, because that's a Monday.
Oh,
Just a second. we said something.
let's get two new dates.
Okay.
We're Tuesdays now.
Okay. You said, yeah. Sorry, Judge.
No,
The final pretrial is the 17th at 8:30.
is that January or February?
January, I'm sorry.
Okay. January 17th at 8:30, and then
The jury trial to follow on February 7th at 8.
February 7th at 8. All right, so we have two new dates, Ms. Sutter. We have a set for final pretrial on January 7th at 8:30. That would be the Tuesday to correspond with the new schedule. And then the jury trial set is February 7th at 8 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, if Ms. Franklin, if you have any questions, please keep in contact with your attorney, Ms. Sutter. But right now you're set for January 7th, the final pretrial at 8:30, and a jury trial is date at February 7th at 8 a.m. All right, ma'am?
All right, thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record in 21-00671, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance today, Ms. Franklin. And then I will have Ms. Sutter placed in a breakout room with the jail, with the Ingham County Jail, Mr. Grady Jones. And as soon as she's out, I'll have her meet with you, Mr. Bishop, okay? Ms. Kirkpatrick, if you want to place yourself on mute, and then we'll be with you in about 10 minutes. Ms. Kirkpatrick, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, Ms. Sutter, were you able to meet with Mr. Grady Jones?
I was.
All right. He should be back. There he is. So we're on the record in docket 22-00491. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Antonio Marvell Grady Jones. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Westy on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Grady Jones.
Good morning, this is Antonio Marvell. Grady.
All right,
Antonio
so
Marvell.
so you, sir, are Grady Jones, are Mr. Grady Jones?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Jones?
You said what?
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Grady Jones?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Wisty, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. How we proceed?
Your Honor, an offer has been extended. It would be my expectation that the defense counsel would want this set for a final pretrial and jury trial, but I would defer to defense counsel.
Ms. Sutter?
I spoke with Mr. Grady Jones. He intends to accept the offer today.
I spoke too soon.
So what is the offer, Mr. Wisty?
The offer would be plead as charged. There would be no upfront jail and an agreement to forfeiture of the weapon involved.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure. Let's see what they have to say. So is that my understanding of the plea agreement, Ms. Sutter? The defendant will plead his charge, agreement to no upfront jail and forfeiture of the weapon.
Yes, Your Honor. And just a note, the gun has already been seized by Lansing Police, and Mr. Grady Jones is aware he is not going to be seeking that back.
Okay. And Mr. Grady Jones, is that your understanding of the offer?
Yes, I understand. That's my understanding.
All right.
Your Honor.
So there are certain rights. Ms. Sutter, may I inquire of your client of his advice of rights?
Yes.
Mr. Grady Jones, do you understand that there's a maximum penalty in this case of 90 days and or $100? Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
And as we previously discussed, there's a mandatory forfeiture of the weapon or device. You know that since Ms. Sutter has talked to you about it. You understand that's a part of this. That's a part of the consequences of the misdemeanor plea. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
All right. If your plea is accepted, you will not have the trial, not have a trial of any kind. So I'll walk you through your misdemeanor trial rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury. You have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have a right to have prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You have the right to have the witnesses against you appear at trial. You have a right to question those witnesses against you. You, of course, are represented by public defender Lauren Sutter. In this case, she would contest and cross-examine any witnesses you had to testify against you at trial. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses that you may have for your defense. You have the right to remain silent during the trial. You have the right not to have that silence used against you. And you have the right to testify at trial if you choose to testify. Do you understand the rights you'd be giving up if you pled guilty today, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand the rights I have.
Thank you. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises or threats, that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up any rights to an appeal from trial because you would not be having a trial. You wouldn't have any appeal to any trial. Do you understand you'd be waiving both of those rights, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
All right. Is it your intent today to waive those rights and plead guilty today?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
Okay, I'm going to have you raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna bring your attention back to September 9th, 2020 at the offense location of 515 South Butler in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you at that South Butler, city of Lansing address on September 9th, 2020?
Yes, Your Honor, I was.
And were you pursuant to count one, which is a weapons, firearms possession without a license, had you obtained a pistol in violation of MCL 28.422 by transporting without first obtaining a license?
Yes, Your Honor, I had a
All right.
gun.
Where did you have the gun, sir?
You said what?
Where did you have the gun, sir?
I had the gun at the 515 address.
All right. And that gun was not registered, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, the gun was not registered. I didn't have a license for the gun.
All right. Anything about the factual basis, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Wisty, do you have any comment on this, the people's stance on, did you want it referred to probation or did you want it immediate sentencing?
I would prefer it referred to probation.
All right. So we're going to refer to probation. And somebody from probation will be down to talk to you, sir, in the next 48 hours or so.
Your Honor, sorry, just to break in there, his bond was posted this morning, so he's being released today.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Sutter. So I'm going to have you refer, I'm going to refer you to probation. I'm going to have you contact probation before Thursday at 4. Okay, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
And they'll develop a pre-sentence report for me to review before sentencing. Your sentencing date will be
March 21st at 1:30.
March 21st at 1:30.
Understand.
If
Your
you have any
Honor.
questions, please keep in contact with your attorney, Lauren Sutter. Who we lost somewhere here? We lost Ms. Sutter. But anything else for the record, docket 2200491, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Grady Jones, we'll see you back here on March 21st at 1:30. Okay, sir?
Okay, Your Honor, I understand.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Ms. Sutter might be on her way here. Oh, what's it? I thought she was here.
I apologize, Your Honor. My whole system shut down.
That's all right. Ms. Sutter, Mr. Bishop is here in person. Did you want to meet with him?
Yes, I'll go speak with him.
All right, so, and then I can put you in what other breakout room you need for Miss Kirkpatrick. Mr. Maldonado is also here in person. Mr. Redding's also here in person. And I know that Mr. Alvarado's is also he's online, I think. He's in Zoom.
Yes.
But Mr. Bishop, I know, is ready to meet with you.
Yeah, okay, I'll go meet with him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. She is, but she's going to come back right in here and We're on the record in docket 22-03485 and 22-03555. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Chief Wisty on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing today on behalf of Mr. Redding.
You're Jayling Redding, sir? Okay. This is the time set for a pre-trial slash plea in the matter. Mr. Wisty, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we've reached an agreement where Mr. Redding would plead no contest to file number 22-03485. That is misdemeanor domestic violence. In exchange for that plea, the people would have no objection to sentencing pursuant to 769.4A, would agree to no upfront jail, and would dismiss the felony case, that being file number 22-03555 FY.
All right, Ms. Sutter, I'll restate the plea agreement and then you can indicate if that's your understanding. The defendant's going to plead guilty to this file.
No contest.
I'm sorry, no contest. To this file, which is 22-03485. That is a plea to this file, and it is domestic assault, 93 days and or $500. And it's 750.81 parents 2, with a plea to this file with the agreement that it's kilobrute to 769 for a status. The 22-03555 file is to be dismissed. Is that your understanding, ma'am?
There is also a kilobrute to no upfront jail. The rest of that is correct, Your Honor.
And Mr. Redding, is that your understanding of the plea agreement?
Yes, sir.
All right. So Ms. Sutter, may I inquire of your client of their advice of rights?
Yes.
So it's my understanding that if you plead guilty to this file with the ultimate penalty of 93 and or $500, there's a kilobrute agreement of 769 for a status, kilobrute of no upfront jail. But the ultimate penalty you could face is 93 days and or $500. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If your plea is your plea of no contest is accepted today, you will not have a trial of any kind. Do you understand that, sir? So you'll be giving up the following rights if you plead no contest today. You'll be giving up the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have the witnesses against you appear at trial, to question the witnesses against you. You are, of course, represented by Lauren Sutter today from the Public Defender's Office. She would cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses to appear in your defense. You have the right to remain silent during the trial. You have the right not to have that silence used against you. And you have the right to testify at trial if you choose to testify. Do you understand the trial rights you'll be waiving if you plead no contest today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim that the plea was a result of any promises other than the plea agreement or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd be giving up any rights you have to appeal from a trial because you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading no contest. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Is it your intent to waive those rights and plead no contest today? Okay. What is the underlying basis for the no contest plea?
It's liability for potential probation violation.
All right. And what am I using as the factual basis?
People would have no objection to the police reporting it. The cop, the defense is no objection.
All right, Ms. Sutter?
No objection.
Okay. So once the police report is I don't know. Let me look at that. All right, I have in my possession the case number of 22519111786. This is the police report from the Lansing Police Department, and this is what I'm supposed to use as a factual basis for this file. Is that correct, Mr. Wisty?
That is correct, Your Honor.
That's correct, Ms. Sutter?
It is.
All right. All right, I find that, yeah, that the factual basis for the no contest is in order here and is met, that on about December 13th of 2022 at 11:30 at the address of 2900 Bojine Drive, City of Lansing, Ingham County, that the defendant Jalen Redding did is in the no contest in the LPD report offensively touch several times a Chanel sledge. That is a person who he was in a dating relationship for 2 years and had lived together for 2 years and had a child in common. I believe that meets the factual basis for the no contest plea for domestic assault in the first degree. Any questions concerning the factual basis taken from the police report, Mr. Wiston?
None, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So I find the no contest to be acceptable, and we would refer this to probation. Mr. Whiskey, did you want to be heard on that?
I believe that's appropriate.
Okay. Refer to probation. So, Mr. Redding, you are to report to probation by Thursday at 4. If you can, just go down, well, you probably have till 1 when they're open again. They're probably closed for lunch. Okay. So it probably to get it out of the way would be the best thing is just go there and answer any questions they have. And so what they'll do is prepare a report for me for sentencing and the sentencing date.
March 21st at 1:30. Did you want the assessment or just the PSI?
Just the PSI.
Okay.
Sure.
Can that be done over the phone? Because I don't have no transportation up front.
Probably, no, you've got to appear in person for probation. Yeah, so you probably want to stay here and get it done today. You probably don't want to put that off to another day. Since you're already here, they're open right now. So what's the time at March
21st at
1:30? And did you want to do the nollie on the?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so the Nolly Pros on file 2203-555 has been placed in the file. And Mr. Redding, if you take care of that probation, going to probation, then we should be all set for the sentencing date of March 21st. Okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record on either one of these files, 2203-4585 or 2203-555?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll see you at the sentencing date. Okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
You're all set. Give us a call if you have any questions. And you're just on the elevator, turn left.
All right, Lauren, you got 3 left.
Yeah.
And then you got some failed to appear.
Yeah, I'll go hop back on Zoom.
All right. Why don't we do Mr. Alvarado first, because he's probably the one who's,
I think so too.
yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right, so I'm gonna have you, Mr. Alvarado, you'll be first. I'm gonna place you in a breakout room with your public defender, Lauren Sutter. And then I'll have Ms. Kirkpatrick, you are next in line. After that, after Ms. Sutter's finished meeting with Mr. Alvarado, and then Ms. Quadam, you'll be the last one, and then we'll put all 3 of you on the record, okay? All right. So I'll have Mr. Alvarado and Ms. Sutter placed in a breakout room.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Date of visit, January 2nd.
Getting closer.
She can still appear via Zoom.
I would think.
The phone number on that, Melissa, I can call in.
This is the same letter she wrote me last time.
Just says she has dermatitis.
I don't, where does it say dermatitis? So Ms. Sutter, are you all set with Mr. Alvarado?
Yes.
Would you like to talk with Ms. Kirkpatrick in a breakout room now?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sutter. So we'll have Ms. Kirkpatrick and Ms. Sutter placed in a breakout room. All right, Ms. Sutter, would you like to meet with Ms. Quadam?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna have Ms. Quadam and Ms. Sutter placed in a breakout room.
Thank you.
Would the person on the cell phone 619-8174 please identify yourself?
Hello?
Yeah, would you identify yourself, please?
What?
Would you identify yourself?
Terry Price.
All right, Ms. Price, your hearing's not till 1:30. Oh, it's not till 2 o'clock. So you have till 2 o'clock before your hearing starts at 2, okay?
Okay, well, somebody called me, so that's why I'm calling back.
Yeah, they called you in order to let you know that your appearance by Zoom is okay, but you have to appear.
Okay, well, I can't because I have been back to the emergency room
Ma'am,
yesterday for my,
ma'am, you can't tell me I'm the judge. You can't tell me that you can't appear by Zoom when you already have appeared
well,
by Zoom.
I turned papers in and faxed them over to you this morning.
Are you okay? And I've seen those papers and you can appear by Zoom. Obviously, because you're
Okay, well,
appearing by Zoom
yeah,
right
by
now.
Zoom, no problem. I can do that,
All
but
right.
I can't
All
go down,
right.
get downtown.
I'll see. All right. I'll hear you at Zoom at 2 o'clock. Okay, ma'am?
Okay. All right,
All
I'm
right, thank
sorry,
you.
but I thought you said for me to get downtown. I can't, my
Nope.
foot's broken.
No, you only have to be here by Zoom when we'll continue the hearing.
Okay. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
We're going to put it on the record. Miss Kirkpatrick. Okay,
Yeah.
so you've read with Miss Sutter, and we're just waiting to put you on the record, right?
Yes.
All right. Miss Sutter, you ready to go on these cases?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, we'll do Mr. Alvarado first. We're on the record docket 21-03334. People of the state of Michigan versus Carlos Alvarado. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Whiskey on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing today on behalf of Mr. Alvarado.
And this is the time set for a pretrial on this matter. Mr. Wisty, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, an offer has been extended. I would defer to defense counsel on how we're proceeding this afternoon.
Ms. Sutter?
Thank you, Your Honor. I've explained that offer to Mr. Alvarado, and at this time, we would be requesting the court schedules for a final pretrial.
Okay, we'll set it for final pretrial and jury trial date in this matter. The final pretrial date will be live. And I'll indicate that for the file. So that'll be January 17th.
January 17th.
So final pretrial is January 17th at 8:30.
And the jury trial, February 7th at 8.
And the jury trial is February 7th at 8. Mr. Alvarado, if you have any questions concerning either one of these dates, the January 17th at 8:30, which is live, a live final pretrial, and a jury trial February 7th at 8, please keep in contact with your attorney, Lauren Sutter. Anything else for the record in 21-03334, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
And anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Alvarado, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your patience today.
All right. And damn.
You're all set.
All right.
And then we'll call to the record Ms. Kirkpatrick. So we're on the record in docket 22-02041, people of the state of Michigan versus Taja Kirkpatrick. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Whiskey on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing today on behalf of Ms. Kirkpatrick.
And you are Taja Kirkpatrick, and you'll have to unmute yourself.
Sorry. Yeah, Tiaja Kirkpatrick.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial on this matter. Mr. Wisty, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the people would like this set for a final pretrial and a jury trial. There's no offer at this time pending contact with the alleged victim. And they believe it.
All right.
Pretrial and jury trial is appropriate.
So we'll set for final pretrial and jury trial in this matter. The final pretrial, of course, will be live. The jury trial will depend on whether it goes or not, but the final pretrial date is
January 17th at 8:30.
January 17th at 8:30. And final pretrial, I'm sorry, and jury trial date,
February 7th at 8.
February 7th at 8 a.m.
Okay.
Ms. Kirkpatrick, please keep in contact with your attorney, Lauren Sutter. If you're on this file, if you have any questions, it'll be set for final pretrial, which will be live on January 17th at 8:30 and jury trial on February 7th at 8. Mr. Whiskey, anything else for this file?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter, anything else on 22-02041?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You're all set, Ms. Kirkpatrick. We'll see you on the 17th. Thank you for your patience today.
Thank you.
And then we're on the record in docket 22-03141 and 03142. And that is people of the state of Michigan versus Basaman Quadam. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Whiskey on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing today on behalf of Ms. Katoom.
And ma'am, you are Basama Katoom?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in these matters. Mr. Wisty, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I am simply without here. I have the complaint of the nature of the charges. For whatever reason, in my system, I do not have the follow report. I do not know if defense counsel has received it or not. I think given the circumstances, I request a second pretrial on this matter. can't make an offer at this time until I review the report.
Ms. Sutter, any response?
I'm in the same boat as Mr. Wisty. I don't have anything either, so an adjournment to get that seems appropriate.
All right, I'm gonna adjourn for second pretrial. Since adjourn for second pretrial, just for, if anything, for discovery purposes, for both sides. Date for second pretrial.
January 24th at night.
January 24th at 9 a.m. And we can do that by Zoom. Ms. Quadam, please keep in contact with your attorney, Lauren Sutter. This has been reset for discovery purposes for January 24th at 9 a.m. All right, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 2203, 141 and 142? Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Quadam, we'll see you on that January 24th date. Thank you for your patience today.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Ms. Sutter, did you want to come in and put those fail to appear on the record, or do you want to just do them from there? It's entirely up to you.
I can do it from here if you want, Your Honor.
All right. Let's start with the oldest one, which is probably Dawson. So we're on the record in docket 220224773. People of the state of Michigan versus Eric Van Dawson. Appearances for the record.
Jake Wisty on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing today on behalf of Mr. Dawson.
All right, this was set for 9 o'clock. It is now 12:55.
Your Honor, the people would request a bench warrant. 48-hour hold, I believe, is appropriate. This is driving while license suspended.
Is that correct, Ms. Sutter? Any bench warrant would have a 48-hour hold?
I would request the 48-hour hold, Your Honor. Mr. Dawson was emailing me last night about this morning, so I'm very confused as to why he's not here. We had a communication where I sent him the Zoom number and the time in an email last night.
All right. Based on those representations, I'm gonna have a bench warrant issued, but it'll be a 48-hour hold placed on the bench warrant. Anything else for 2202473 and the accompanying ticket? Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
I have nothing further.
All right, thank you. Then we have docket 2203272. I have, did we do Hutcherson already? Is he out? What?
Yeah.
I have, as of December 7th, quash bench warrant, defendants in Eden County Jail, 11/28 to January 12th, due writ for January 3rd.
They didn't do that.
They never did. Yep, the writ's in here. So he could be downstairs. So maybe we should hold this till this afternoon.
All right. So let's hold off on Mr. Hutcherson. He may be downstairs. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But there should have been a writ from Eaton County, but there was no indication that he was incarcerated. So let's hold off on that.
Okay.
How about Jennifer Alleman, which is docket 2203084, 85, and 86.
No.
6. Parties introductions for the record.
Jake Wisty on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing on behalf of Ms. Alleman.
All right, this is a pretrial. It was set for 10 o'clock. Set for 10 o'clock. It is now 12:57. And it appears the defendants failed to appear. Mr. Wisty, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, I would leave how to handle this in the court's discretion. This is a dog license matter. And I believe this, at least I'm in the same situation as I was in the Quantum case. I do not know if defense counsel is as well. So I guess given this would have had to have been adjourned anyway, and given the nature of the case, I would leave it to the court's discretion.
So it's set for 10, it's 12:57. Ms. Sutter?
Your Honor, I agree with Mr. Wisty. I'm also in the same boat. I have no discovery or anything, any information regarding this case. So understanding that she's not here today, I would kind of agree with Mr. Wisty that this is going to have to be in German anyway. And if that's possible, that's what I would request.
If it is to be in a German rather than a bench warrant, I would request a show cause be held.
All right. Well, let's do a show cause on this because I'm uncertain. So what we'll do is we'll set it for second pretrial along with the show cause. And show cause as to why they failed to appear today. For second pretrial and show cause. Second pretrial date? So January 24th at 9 a.m. All right, so this is set for second pretrial, January 24th at 9 a.m. And we'll go through the show cause then explaining the non-appearance today. Anything else for the record in docket 22-030-84, 85, and 86, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Then we have, and this one, Ms. Sutter, this, I like your just appearance, just because we have a fail to appear, but the person is represented by your office on a felony file. So just so you're here, that it's, so we'll call to the record docket 21-02310. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Dewan Bush. And Mr. Wisty, your appearance for the file.
Jake Wisty on behalf of the people.
And then Ms. Sutter, I know you were not assigned to this case. I actually have none in regards to this, but it's my understanding that Mr. Bush does have counsel with your office on a separate felony file. So I just wanted to make you aware that this was going on and to make sure that your office knew that we were going to issue a bench warrant for his non-appearance today.
Yes, Your Honor. It looks like I see this case in the public defender system. He denied a representation in this case. You're correct that he is actively represented by Dale Kaltwriter of my office in an unrelated matter, but he denied our representation and informed us he would be retaining counsel in this case.
Okay. So this was scheduled for 10 o'clock. It's now 1:01. Defendants failed to appear. Bench warrant and bond forfeiture is issued. It is a domestic assault, so I'll just issue the bench warrant and bond forfeiture. Anything else on the record in this file, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And then we have Miss Green, who does look that it was assigned to your office, Ms. Sutter. So
Yes.
I'll call the case of docket 22-01134, people of the state of Michigan versus Casey A. Green. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Wisty on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing on behalf of Casey Green.
And this is the time set for a pre-trial today. This was set for 10 o'clock. It is now 1:03. It appears the defendants failed to appear. Mr. Wisty, how would you like to proceed?
I request a bench warrant with no 48-hour hold, as this is an assault of crime.
Ms. Sutter?
Your Honor, this is, from what my notes, looks to be his first failure to appear. I do understand that it is within the discretion of the court whether to order that 48-hour hold, and I would ask that they do issue any bench warrant with that 48-hour hold.
All right. I do have a previous failed to appear on June 27th from Casey Green. And so I'm going to issue the bench warrant with no 48-hour hold based on the fail to appear previously. Anything else for the record, docket 2201134, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
And then do we have you in 30 minutes or so, Ms. Sutter?
It would appear so.
Okay. Yeah, so get your lunch accordingly, because I know where everybody's been. And I'll see everybody back here in about 45 minutes or so, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work today.
I need a nap. See you in just a little while, everyone.
All right.
All right. Let's see what else there.
That wasn't Nathaniel.
I know, I was trying to get the files. These lectures are done.
All right, Mr. Wisty, we'll see you here in about 45 minutes or so. I know where you've been.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No problem, you're fine. Yeah, just like giving me a hard time.
Oh, that's our food dish.
Can I have the files and put them down here now? I don't know if I can lift them, I'm waiting.
Permissible if I leave my customer.
Oh, of course. We'll ransom it out later. Ms. Sutter, feel free to leave your stuff in here.
Okay, thanks.
You survived.
That's questionable. Thank you, that one's true.
It was mostly on cases.
Yes.
Yeah,
She owes you.
just thinking going through that.
And normally, for some reason, normally the docket lays about 60, 70 me, 30, 40 her. I think it's just because she's supposed to be transitioning to a full felony docket. But for some reason, this week was the one where it's primarily her, and she got real sick Thursday.
All right, we're on the record in docket 22-02362. It's people of the state of Michigan versus Tyrese Williams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Wisty on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. John Abbott with the Public Defender's Office representing Mr. Williams. He is present and standing to my right.
And sir, you are Tyrese Terrell Williams?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. This is a time set for a sentencing in the matter on Mr. Williams. Counsel, have you had the opportunity to go over the pre-sentence report?
Yes, Your Honor, we did.
And have you had the any deletions, additions, or corrections?
No, there may be a misunderstanding that should be addressed.
All right.
No, deletions or additions or corrections. In the report, the author indicates that she thought he might be intentionally deceptive when he described he was charged with delivering and manufacturing and ended up pleading to use. And I don't think he was trying to be dishonest, Your Honor. He was merely explaining how that could happen. Towards that end, Your Honor, I have a couple of documents here, one demonstrating that he is employed and other demonstrating that he's already involved with the community mental health treatment plan on a weekly basis, Your Honor, addressing his substance abuse issues.
Okay.
If I can approach?
Yes, you may. Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Okay. Allocution.
Well, thank you, Your Honor. As you can see, he's taken this issue of dealing with substance abuse seriously. He's taken it upon himself to involve himself with the available programming. He's been very honest with me and cooperative with the probation department. We read the recommendation. They indicate they're going to charge him $30 a month. His actual employment doesn't start until next week. So if the court has I'd ask the court to consider using your discretion to reduce that if it's possible. Otherwise, no problems with the recommendation. Thank you. Except, I guess, it may be unnecessary to order him to be assessed since he's currently involved in the.
Well, he is currently in the plan. I'll let him address. I'll let him talk about the substance abuse. When does that start? It's already started, right?
Right.
All right, Mr. Williams, anything you'd like to say to the court before the court's pass the sentence?
Yes, Your Honor. Like my attorney said, Mr. Abbott, I do have a job making $15 and excuse me, $15.50 an hour. There's going to be possible overtime, Saturday and Sunday mandatory. I do want to apologize to the court for my wrong decisions that I have made, and it was a misunderstanding when I was speaking with the probation officer.
Okay. Well, there's no doubt you've started working on the things that you should be working on. The assessment, I think, says the most concerning in getting into A, getting a job, B, working on the substance abuse issues are the two big things here. I guess I can reiterate what other judges said. The probation fees are part of the probation, but they're the least of my worries. Okay, they're kind of the least of my worries. My real worries are that you take care of whatever issues you have now, and that we don't have to worry about them years from now. Okay, and it looks like you've already started on that. I'd say if you, getting a position of employment and understanding the importance in that and how it relates to your substance abuse issues are the main things, because that's going to set you up for success in the future, not only in regards to making sure this doesn't happen again, which is the full, that's what we're here for, right? If we don't learn from it, then, then this hasn't been a useful experience, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, so I'm gonna accept the recommendation that, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Wisty.
You have in my system that Mr. Williams and say Mr. Williams is actually arrested. Complaint was filed on 12/30/2022, so just over the last weekend. It's a felony complaint. It's got a possession by a felon interfering with communications, police officer resisting obstructing against Deputy Williams. The court case is pending in this court's conference. Fortunately, aware of the existence of that.
All right, so there's the second file picked up in the case. Well, I'm gonna treat it separately, all right?
Your Honor, I would at least, I don't know who the woman who arrived with him is, but that is Ms. Williams. I'm assuming there's no contact order, but it's reminded of that.
All right, so who is the woman with him?
That is
My name's Rashonda.
Rashonda Alvarado.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Wisty. So for the record, the person who's accompanying you is Rashonda Alvarado. She's not the victim in the current case. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I just have 3 kids with me.
All right, so you understand the seriousness of the no contact order in regards to the case that's pending, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You've got, so you're gonna do your probation with that case pending, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
And there's nothing I can do about that, all right? Take care of this case, okay? Take care of what you need to be done here. You've still got another file pending. The responsible thing to do is to clear that up, make sure that you talk to a lawyer, that you're well represented. But I'm just gonna worry about this case right now, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so I'm gonna accept the recommendation concerning this case. You've still got one case that's pending. We'll see what happens there. But I'm gonna adopt the recommendation concerning this. This is a misdemeanor use of narcotics, okay? You've got a job, okay? You're working on whatever controlled substance issues. Now that case has its own no contact orders and everything along with it, and you'll have to abide by those rules. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And since thank you for Mr. Wisty for that. This was initially a 1 year and $2,000 case concerning the fines and costs on a plea to the use. So I'm going to set fines at 200, costs at 200, crime victims' rights fee for 75, state minimum cost for 50, restitution for $30. I understand if you're just starting, just make sure the probation officer is aware that these costs are outstanding, because it's going to be and I'll put it for the record, it's my opinion that the restitution should be at the front of it, okay? So whatever money you make that goes towards restitution, then we can worry about fines and costs and the crime victims' rights fee and those. I can't waive the crime victims' rights fee or the state costs, but you should set up a plan for success here, okay? For this file, all right? That's what we're trying to do here. I'll give you a full amount. So the full amount is $885. That's $30 a month probation for 12 months. And then whatever happens on the second file happens on the second file.
Well, Your Honor, if I may speak.
Sure.
Will I be able, if you said $832?
$885 on this file.
Will it be all right if I pay that now or come back and pay it?
Check with probation, see how they want you to do it, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, I would check with probation. You might want to, I think the restitution should be paid first. So if you can pay that first and then work on the rest of the files, I think that's the idea. But check with probation, because you're gonna be over probation 12 months, all right? So I order probation for 12 months, no assault or threatening behavior, no use of possession of alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance. Since you're in the prospect of dealing with some substance abuse issues, I don't think that would be an issue. I'm gonna have you submit to random PBTs and your analysis at the discretion of the probation officer. No bars or nightclubs. You've already obtained and maintained work. I'm gonna leave to the discretion any moral recognition therapy. Since you're under a type of therapy right now, but I'll leave that to the discretion of the probation officer. Not to purchase or possess firearm, ammunition, or weapons. So in this case, stay with the judgment of sentence and commitment. I've ordered suspend 1 day in jail, credit for 1 day previously. I'm suspending the rest of the time on completion of probation, which is just my way of telling you that is, if you come in here and I see you, the more often I see you, you take away my tools. And so then I'm stuck with sending you to jail because you and I have run out of options, all right?
Yes,
And I don't want to do that, all right? I want you to use the options that the courts has so that you can start making sure that this doesn't happen again. And then the second file, you got to deal with that. That's coming at you and you'll deal with that on your own time, okay?
That's right.
All right. Anything else for the record in this docket, which is 22-02362? I followed the recommendation, but it sounds like there's going to be another file. So you're going to have to address those issues when they become apparent. All right, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Mr. Abbott?
No, thank you.
All right. Mr. Williams, follow probation. We should be fine. And then we'll deal with the new issues as they come apart. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. That's all for the record in docket 22-02362. Are you ready, Ms. Sutter?
I am, Your
And
Honor.
that's Mr.
This is Mr. Hutcherson and Mr. Casano is out in the hallway.
Okay. Mr. Abbott, you're all set with us today?
Yes.
All right.
I have a feeling I'll be back.
Yeah, I have a feeling you'll be back too. So this is Mr. Hutcherson. All right.
Yes.
All right, we're on the record in docket 22-03272. That's people of the state of Michigan versus David Hutcherson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Whiskey on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing today on behalf of Mr. Hutcherson.
And you are David Hutcherson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial today. How are we proceeding, Mr. Wisty?
Your Honor, we'd like this set for a final pretrial.
Okay, set for final pretrial and jury trial. And final pretrial set for?
117 at
117 at 8:30. And jury trial? 2-7 at 8. And will you still be in Eden County or will you be released by then?
He is due to be released on the 12th.
Okay, so the final pretrial will be live here at this court on January 17th.
Yes,
All right, sir? Okay. Anything else for the record, docket 22-03272, Mr. Wisty?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hutcherson, we'll see you back here on January 17th.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is Casey Green.
I'm just here on
Where's this case? I think this is. All right, I got these on, these are.
I don't have them on my
Give me that other one. Yeah.
I don't know, I neurotic.
We don't have access to it.
Let me see.
Don't
This
ask me
one
how.
should be this one.
Yes.
This should be.
We have to go begging for them every time.
2000.
Oh, they won't help us. I would love to know. I suspect it has something to do with our past officer in there.
Right, there's Bush. Then let me see Green.
That's from my case, not Scott's.
Yes.
Okay, so what?
There's.
Look. Hey, yo, I'm in court, man. They call me.
All right, we're on the record in docket 22-02702. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Carl Castano. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jake Westy on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Castano.
All right, and sir, you are Carl Castano?
Yes, I am.
All right. This is time set for sentencing in the matter. Ms. Sutter, have you had the opportunity to see the pre-sentence report and go over it with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Any deletions, additions, deletions, or corrections?
An addition/correction in the employment section indicates he, at the time of the assessment or interview, was receiving $900 a month from SSD. He is also now employed. He's going to be working for Amazon. He's waiting on a start date there, and as soon as he's completed his background check and his drug test, he'll be starting at Amazon full-time.
Okay. All right, elocution, Ms. Sutter.
Thank you, Your Honor. I had the opportunity a little while ago to speak with Mr. Castano regarding this case, and there are a couple of things in the overall impressions section of the PSI that I do agree with, that being that Mr. Castano has voluntarily reached out to PATS to enroll himself in the domestic violence program. He did receive the intake paperwork that he's working on completing and shipping back to them. He also informed me that he has involved himself in CMH already. He has a first meeting set with them on January 12th. So the report also recommends that he partake in consistent mental health counseling. He's already taken it upon himself to do that, and I think that does speak highly of him and his commitment to improve himself and his situation moving forward. Additionally, like I said, he is now working. He's going to be starting that job at Amazon, which is good, steady employment for people, especially working full-time as he's going to be. And then lastly, that PATS involvement that he's getting himself involved in. I think all of these things speak highly of Mr. Castano's commitment to, like I said, work on himself and work on improving and moving forward with his life. The recommendation of probation to recommend he partake in probation appears to be an appropriate one in this case. They indicate it's not his first domestic violence conviction, and that they did see either the intensive domestic violence program or the extended 52-week program being appropriate. As Mr. Castano has already involved himself with PATS and the intensive batter's intervention program, I think that's appropriate, and I think that would comply with what they're looking for, as well as what he's already doing himself. To that end, they're seeking 15-month term of probation. I think the intent of that is to get through the, if it's ordered, the 52-week program, as well as beyond anything that he could complete with that. in this case, even if it is the 52-week program, I think either that or the intensive domestic violence program that he's already involving himself in. I think a more appropriate term of probation in this case could be 12 months as opposed to the 15. Though he's not completely unwilling to participate in 15 months. I think as his defense attorney, my primary goal there is to save him some money. Probation can be quite a hefty cost for people. And at this time, although he is looking towards future employment, he is indigent. He is struggling with money. He's been receiving SSD for the past quite long period of time, and it's going to take him quite some time to build up a savings where money is flowing freely for him. So I think 12 months would kind of meet the mutual goal of him paying for what he needs to pay for, as well as completing any courses and classes they think is appropriate. He obviously has no issues with the mental health treatment and counseling, given he's already involved himself in and set to meet with them on the 12th. The last thing they've ordered, Your Honor, it seems to be a default of the probation department to recommend this, the drug and alcohol testing. I don't see that it has a real involvement in this case or in Mr. Castano's past, and it is again one of those things that tends to be a fairly hefty financial burden on people as opposed to a real benefit in cases that don't involve it. So I would ask the court to waive that. So I suppose to sum it all up, Your Honor, I would ask the court order or sentence Mr. Castano to a 12-month term of probation with orders to involve himself in the intensive domestic violence program that he's already engaging in, to continue his involvement with CMH, and to waive the drug and alcohol testing for him. Thank you.
Mr. Wisty, any comment on the?
Yes, just briefly, Your Honor. When
Okay.
draw the court's attention to the victim's statement there, she does believe he was in danger and did want jail time. I believe the 15 minutes is appropriate recommendation time, primarily in the history here. Regarding the drug and alcohol, that's accurate. That's not involved. I don't think drugs or alcohol to count Mr. Castano any. The court is inclined to move from testing, perhaps still keep his condition. He's not provided such things while on probation. That's all from people.
All right. Mr. Castano, anything to say to the court before the court passes sentence?
No.
All right. This is a sentencing on the guilty plea of domestic assault. It is not your first go round with domestic assault. As a matter of fact, I think the record would indicate this was pled to the charge, I believe.
Yes, it is, Your Honor. This would be his fourth true offense.
Yeah, but
It was not charged as the third.
right.
Charges.
This charge is a first, but this is multiple domestic assaults. So the real question to me here is it, and the victim here, of course, had nothing good to say about you in this case. Referred to you as a very violent person. So it's incumbent upon the court here to question whether it's time for jail time in this regard. And I guess that's my ultimate question. Have you learned from your 3 prior experiences with the court that you don't apply violence to this type of situation?
Yes.
Well, you tell me that, but there's been 3 priors. Okay. I'm going to bank on you. Okay. I'm going to bet that this is the last time this is going to happen. All right. I'm not going to sentence you to incarceration. I'm going to keep it as I'm going to suspend the 93. So it's a 93-day sentence. I'm going to give you credit for 8 days. Okay. And then I'm going to hold the 85 over your head. Okay. I'm going to keep probation in 15 months. And I'll tell you why. I know that if you violate probation and I know your name and you're on probation to me, that I don't have to worry about you doing this again or hurting anybody else. That's not my primary concern though. Okay. My primary concern is 5 years from now, Mr. Castano, you don't hit anybody when you get angry. You don't show violence towards people. You find and it's unrealistic to think that you won't become angry at some point in time. We all get angry. It's just how do we deal with it? And you've got to find a different way than applying violence or assaultive behavior, something else. I'm banking that this is the last time. The next 15 months, if you don't follow what's on probation, I'll just put you in jail. All right. I don't want to, I'd prefer that that we provide options for you to use so that you learn from these mistakes, but if you don't learn, then you give me no option. All right. And so you've kind of got the keys to the cell yourself. Okay. That being said, that all means nothing. In 5 years from now, you're back in front of me. In 4 years, you're back in front of another district court because now they've got 4 priors to work with, and you're going to meet a judge who's just going to put you in jail. Okay. I don't think that solves anything. I don't think that solves anything, except that maybe that is what you need, in order for this to stop happening. I'm hoping that this is enough. I really am. So I'm going to suspend 93 days in jail beginning January 3rd. Credit for 8 days previously served. I'm going to suspend the 85 days upon successful completion of probation. You've got a job. That's where your resources should be. That's your focus. So count 1, the fines and costs. It's $200 fines, $200 costs. Crime victims' rights fee of $75, a state minimum cost of $50. Probation, a total of $450, for a grand total in regards to this plus $450 of $975. If you keep in contact with your probation officer, they will provide with what's important there. Okay. Now, you're going to be employed. You're staying out of jail. You need to work to make all this work for you. Okay. So probation for 15 months, no contact with the victim, Jennifer Robertson, without consent of the court. I can't tell you how seriously I take that. If you're within 1,500 feet and you're violated, I'm going to put you in jail. Okay. That's the one thing that'll get you put in jail faster than anything else. No assaultive threatening behavior, no use over 15 months possession of alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance. If that sounds putative to you, maybe it is after 3 times. Okay. Maybe this will keep you from hitting somebody. The fact that you're on probation now and you can't use any type of drugs or alcohol. Submit to random PBTs. I'm going to make it an order of the court. Okay. They're going to test you. And one of the reasons I'm doing that is after 3 times of domestic assault, I don't know why you do this. I simply don't know. But for whatever reason, you get angry and you strike out at people who you're supposed to love. And I can't let that happen anymore. Okay. I'll leave to the discretion of the intensive domestic abuse program that has not been successful in the past. I'm going to order you not to purchase or possess firearms. Submit to random PBTs, no bars or nightclubs. I am happy to see you're working on whatever problems that seem to have gotten you to this point. That's good for you. You should be doing that. What I'm going to do is tell you this, that you are given, in my opinion, I'm betting on you. I'm giving you one last chance. All right. If you prove to me that you're not capable of doing this, then you're taking away my options. All right. Seldom do I see somebody who's gotten good representation and already received some breaks. All right. You've already received some breaks. Okay. As far as I'm concerned, there are no breaks for you. Okay. So hold yourself accountable. All right. Hold yourself accountable, because I certainly am. All right. Anything else, Mr. Wisty, on docket 22-02702?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right. That's all for the record. Good luck to you, Mr. Castano.
All right, thank you.
I would give them 5 to 10 minutes so they can get that file downstairs. So if you want to sit down there,
All right,
I would check with them today.
all right,
All right, you're all set.
all right, thank you. Yeah,
Mr. Rawlinson.
Yes, and I apologize, Your Honor. This wasn't on any docket I was provided, so I was unaware of today, and I had some questions.
I might be able to assist you.
All
with that.
right.
Thanks. Yeah, I tried to talk to the folks over at the window last week because this case kept appearing and disappearing on the docket, and I was trying to figure out what happened.
I have no idea why criminal kept taking it off the docket. They never should have done that.
Yeah, I was getting very confused.
It was originally scheduled for 12/29.
Yep.
And then
It was originally set for 12/12.
12/12.
Right.
I'm sorry. And then we changed it due to, okay, it was changed due to judicial leave.
Yep.
and Set for 12/19.
Yep. And then it disappeared. And
And then in the meantime, which I don't understand why, the criminal department took it off the schedule
Yeah.
because there's a PA 53 violation.
Oh, that's what I've been trying to figure out. I looked on the
But I
ROA,
think
it says
that-
there's a supplemental sentencing that had already been ordered, so I was trying to figure out how we got there.
I think that this is all wrong
I don't disagree.
because the late penalty was added in error. It looks like they took that off. It never should have been removed from our docket just because there's the 53 violation. And I don't think that there's a 53 violation on this case.
I haven't seen or heard of one, so it threw me.
This one says there was not in custody PA 53 violation received, but that was on November 4th.
And they never sent us never.
But he pled 2 weeks after that, and I never
Yeah, and
heard
then he-
Yeah.
hide nor tail
So-
of that.
That's what has me.
And so I wasn't aware of today's hearing, so I
He
kind of very doubt he is.
He pled guilty on 10/12.
Well, that makes
On
sense.
10/12, I thought he pled guilty on 10/17. Yeah, it's same.
Oh, 10/17.
10/17.
10/17, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
That's okay.
So.
He initially failed to appear and then he showed up and we let him.
Yeah.
And then the PA 53, we were gonna just, as far as I know, and forgive me, my memory might be a little fuzzy, we were gonna discuss it with him at the time of sentencing. Criminals should not have taken off the sentencing just because it's got a 53 violation. That's silliness. So I'm not sure that why they took that off.
Well, I don't want to bench warn him today if there's some question that he didn't know he was supposed to be.
Yeah, I had no idea.
And you had no idea you were
And I
supposed to be
believe
here.
that very well could be. I was gonna let
Right.
everybody know what's
Mr. Whiskey told me about 10 minutes ago that this was here for today.
Oh,
So-
Miss Robinson, or I'm sorry, Miss Sutter, is this yours or Miss Robinson?
This one actually is mine.
Okay. Are you available on, never mind, that day doesn't work, you're gone in the afternoon. Would you be available on the 17th at 1:30 by chance?
17th at 1:30. It's a Tuesday, right?
Yeah, or actually, we
No.
have jury trials that are probably going that day. You want to do it at 1?
Yeah, it should be.
Or do you want to go out into February?
Well, it's kind of hard when I don't know what's going on. I wish I could say, I guess, the 17th for now. And I don't have any reports, or I never was given reports or anything for P53. So I guess for now, the 17th.
I don't have anything for the PA 53 except for the police report.
That's what she needs.
Yeah, I don't even have that.
They
This is the first I've heard of a P53.
Yeah, they should have sent it to her when they processed it.
I was trying to figure this out a couple of weeks ago with the criminal window, and they didn't have much for me other than I don't understand either.
Why don't we set it for that January 17th date? Yeah, and then I'll make a copy, or Nathaniel can make a copy of the violation of the PA 53.
Okay.
Which is a violation of the pretrial release involving Mr. Hitchcock. Just so you have that, but let's set it for,
1:30 and 1:17.
yeah, January 17th at 1:30.
And that can be emailed to me too. That's fine, or whichever.
Oh, yeah, I'll
Whichever is
let Nathaniel email it to you, so.
I can put a copy of that in our file
Yeah.
then.
So it's set for January 17th at 1:30. I'm not going to bench warrant D not bench warranted. And I'm just gonna end there. I have some issues with whether he had notice or not.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm rereading my last note from the 21st that starts with, I'm very confused what's happening here.
And it was reset.
Yeah, from the 12th to the 19th, for something
Yeah.
that was actually, that one made sense to me. I got that one. When it disappeared off the 19th, that's when I got confused.
Yeah, and I don't know where that, I'm not certain to that. But, all right. So we'll reschedule for the 17th, the sentencing docket 22-02364. Mr. Wissy, do you have anything to add to this or?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so we'll see everybody back here on January 17th, and we can figure out the nature of the PA 53 if there is even a PA 53.
Thank you.
Did we do Charles Williams?
Not that I know of.
That's a arraignment, correct?
I think so.
Yeah. But I'm not even gonna find copies somewhere.
All right, why don't you do that? You've had a long day. And Miss Price, is that you?
Yeah.
All right, stand by, Miss Price.
Dumbass. God, what's they fucking doing? Damn party or what? Christ. Things I have to be doing.
All right, Ms. Price, we're going to get started here in just a second. I wanted to make sure that Mr. Keski had any information, any information that you had provided the court this morning, and then we'll be put on the record.
Okay.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-03204. That is the case of Summerhill Associates versus Terry Price. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Don Keski for the plaintiff, and I also have as a witness Debbie Wren from DTN.
Thank you. And ma'am, you are Terry Price?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And do you have video capability, ma'am?
No, I don't.
All right. I have here, just going over the record, this was it was initially set on December 7th. It was an indication that the defendant was suffering the ills of COVID. We adjourned
Yeah.
it to December 27th, which was last week, in which the defendant did not appear and indicated to the court that they had been to the the ER. The documentation provided was for the week before that. So we indicated that we would start the hearing live in person, and we would be live in person today. On December 27th, Ms. Friend testified, and the subject of possession, money judgment, and habitability, including premises fit, etc. 3 exhibits were admitted. Plaintiffs Exhibit 1, 2, and 3, which I have received copies of. There was the lease agreement, the notice to quit, and then the initial roster for the amount owed. Ms. Price was given the opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Wren. She indicated she did not want to cross-examine at that time. Everybody was to show up live today, January 3rd, for a live hearing today. Mr. Kresge and Ms. Wren are here. Ms. Price is indicated through the fact that she went to the Lansing urgent care yesterday, January 2nd, that was diagnosed as having similarly a skin condition or dermatitis that would not allow her to be here today. She indicated she supported that with another note that was similar to the note that she had given last week in regards to this, indicating. So I was able to talk to Ms. Price at about 12:30 today, where she called in and said she would not come in. I told her that Zoom would then be appropriate. I explained to her that since she Zoomed in then, she could Zoom in now, and she agreed, and now she's here by Zoom. Is that correct, Ms. Price?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Price, do you have, so at this time, I know Mr. Kresge, you've called your witness and rested. Do you have any further proofs today?
The only thing is to update the rent and the costs as of January 3rd.
All right, so let's get an update as to costs as to January 3rd. And if you want to call a witness to that, or if you just want to update through the witness, that's amenable.
I think just she can take the stand, but it'll be very short.
All right.
We don't have to go through the rest.
All right, so Ms. Wren, you can come up here. I'll swear you in again. So Ms. Wren, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, have a seat, and we'll update the costs from last week concerning some numbers. Mr. Kresge, you may proceed.
Ms. Wren, you're the same witness that was here last week, are you not?
That's correct.
And the plaintiff's Exhibit 1 was the resident ledger for this lease. And can you update the figures on that ledger to indicate verbally what the rent is now and what the costs are and what the total is?
The unpaid rent right now is $6,086.27. Costs are $163.50. A total amount that's past due right now for possessory judgment would be $6,249.77.
That's all, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Wren, Ms. Price, do you have any questions of Ms. Wren and the updated cost of $6,249.77?
When I wanted to move out of here in September because I was being stalked.
All right, ma'am, I just need to know, ma'am, Ms. Price, I just need to know if you'll be given the opportunity to make a statement. Do you have any questions of Ms. Wren?
No.
All right. Without questions, Ms. Wren, you're free and you're excused from the witness stand. Mr. Kresge, any further proofs today?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Do you have any, so Ms. Price, do you have any proofs you'd like to provide the court today?
Proof of what?
Concerning your case, you're now going to answer the allegations that have been made for the non-payment of rent.
No, but when
Okay, we're having a hearing that doesn't change anything. So we're going on with the hearing today. the fact that you've gone to the ER twice on days that we've had hearing doesn't excuse you by Zoom. So if you have a statement, I'm going to swear you in and have you state the statement for the record in regards to any proofs today. So would you like to make a statement, ma'am?
No,
Okay, so your decision today is not to provide the court with any proofs.
what good does it do?
Well, I don't know, ma'am. I'm asking you,
No,
would you
when
like to
the court
provide
sees-
would you like
when
to
the
provide the
court
court with
sees-
any proofs? Is that a yes or no? Ms. Price, would you like to provide the court with any proof today? Ms. Price? Yeah, I can still see her. Ms. Price, you've not hung up the phone, so I'll need a yes or a no from you. Ms. Price, do you plan to provide any proof to the court today? All right, the court will take that as a no from the silence. I can see the movement of the phone provides some type of visual access to the phone. And I can see that you're still here. I'm going to assume that that was a no, that you do not want to provide any proofs to the court. So I will take allocution at this, or summary, or summation for this file. Mr. Keski, do you have any file summation? Because the proofs are closed. Would you like to make any closing argument?
No, Your Honor, it basically, she owes $6,249.77. She has not paid rent for a long time. There's been several hearings or scheduling of hearings, and the fact that she does claim to have some illnesses is irrelevant to the allegations here for non-payment of rent and the right to possession. And I have prepared a judgment here, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Price, do you have any closing argument you'd like to make to the court?
Yeah, a lot, but I'm not gonna make it because it don't do no good.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. The court indicates that the plaintiff has proven their case by a preponderance of the evidence for non-payment of rent. There are 3 exhibits and testimony of Ms. Wren that support any allegation for non-payment of rent. The updated costs have been provided to the court. I find by a preponderance of the evidence that the plaintiff's case has been met, and I will sign any order you have, Mr. Keski.
Thank you, Your Honor.
When I go by the office up here and the landlord is giving me the finger,
All right, so let the record reflect that on today, which is January 3rd, 2023, the numbers of which match today for the $6,086.27 costs, and then the total do match. The appeal date would be 10 days greater than today's date. So we'd go January 3rd, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I have till January 16th for appellate purposes. And I've signed the order. Anything else for the record in docket 2203-204, Mr. Keski?
Would the writ date be January 13th?
It would be January 16th.
Okay.
Yeah, might be January 17th because that's a Martin Luther King Day and that's a court holiday. So it's January 17th.
my doctor told me to contact the authorities
All right.
about
And
the water system here.
Ms. Price, I'll indicate you had the opportunity to speak under oath. You chose not to. And so Nothing you're saying is under oath at this time. Anything else for the record, docket 22-03-204, Mr. Keski?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Price, you're all set. You have an appellate date of January 17th concerning the order I'm just signed. You, of course, will be provided a copy of this order. That's all for the record in 22-03-204. Thank you for your appearance today, Mr. Keski.
Could we have a copy too?
Yes, and Nathaniel will provide you with a copy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Price, you're free to leave the courtroom. All right, in the file that I signed this. All right, we're all set. Thank you, Mr. Keski.
Thank you.
All right, we're on the record in dockets 21-02132. People of the state of Michigan versus Charles K. Williams Jr. This is the time set for a probation violation arraignment. It was scheduled for 1:30. It is now 2:49. It appears that the defendant has failed to appear. For the failed to appear, the court will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture. That's all for the record, docket 21-02132. Now, we're done with that.